Hey there, hi there, everybody. Happy weekend, happy Saturday. What's up, Mr. Zorag, Online Spectre, Matty G, The Side Quester, Blank Epilogue Page, Faley, Spooky Monster, Ted Nato, Yippee K Yay, and everybody else. Hello, hello, hello. What's up on this cozy weekend? Let's get that Ace Attorney Chronicles booted up, hey? And Junkman with the Prime sub and 3 months of support. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, one and all, to the final installment of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which we've been playing on an occasional basis over the last year, practically. It's been quite a journey from our first trial against Prosecutor Ouchie, where we defended a man who was accused of murdering people in a steakhouse, all the way now to our third trial against the Dark Lord of the Night, the Reaper of the Bailey. Oh, cool, Koryu. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up the Spire board game. That's good stuff. Hope you and your friends enjoy. So, last time we played, we had already completed 2 rounds of jury. What was it called? We had to convince the jury in the trial of the unspeakable story, not once but twice, changing their minds the second time after we unveiled that there had been a third bullet involved in the pawn shop robbery. Summation examination, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Cold Llama. Rerolls are part of what I don't like about Balatro. There's actually a lot of things converging with Balatro specifically that I really didn't find enjoyable. Yeah, I despise the visual theme of the game, and the soundtrack didn't do anything for me. Gameplay is there. If I was more a poker enthusiast or aficionado, I might find more interest in the strategy of it, but I can't get super excited about conventional playing cards, typically. Anyhow, 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? As usual, then. 1 second, got a smudge on the old glasses here. There we go. I'm starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Oh, you saw it? That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Yeah, where you've got a gun? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I wouldn't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. You know, it would help your case, though, if you told us what actually did happen. That way, we don't have to go through ridiculous charade games in court to figure out what happened. But, you know, you do you. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Again, if you told us your side of the story, it'd be easier. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Yeah, what I just said. Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno has cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Given that you know what happened, probably. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1, to Windibank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windibank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Slay the Spire rocks. Thanks for the Prime sub in 12 months. You're heckin' welcome for all the awesome content. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was as dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. Mantle script. Have you got it here? Sholmes leave a load of papers with you. A story? Beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. He meant it. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, alright then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright, the mental script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. Skulkin brothers arriving on scene. We've already met them in court. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? And that's why they thought he had a gun. Oh, well, I'll come with ya and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of me hands and walked back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... 2 gunshots. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then, there he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd pull up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew... Windibank was a gunner. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the policeman everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it. Did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Yeah, that is usually how cops talk. It'll be alright, Jenny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was in there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict. He's so handsome. He was there that night. Yeah, we already know that. We don't know his real name yet. What? He just told us. It's Eggert Benedict. I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. What? You can leave it all in Runa's capable hands now, Jenny. This is going to make things easier now. Mr. Nero-Odo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Wonka, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. The pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Most foul. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was in a locked box. Just like you. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Rio, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. And then, he died. But there, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely, he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But, I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And that allowed him to overpower facts and convince everyone that I was innocent. And in turn, I've developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in them first. Don't believe in me, believe in the me that believes in you. What are you saying? Promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. I will restart the game as many times as it takes. Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar? You're not like Wonka. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Jenny. Iris? We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Neraodo, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. Now it was time to become an attacking lawyer. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. Thankfully, I have a sword. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. The Old Bailey courtroom, with a jury who has somehow not yet been dismissed. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the main works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. What the hell? Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. It's the Eggman. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. What, he's gonna stand next to these flunkies? How is he not primordially offended by this? Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about? You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question? That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. With dancing. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Witness dancing. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh, golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? 30 minutes. Give or take. And then you can go. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon, if that is your real name? Yes, it is. And I'm Rianos Canerhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. Enchanté. I didn't know he was going to say that. So, I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. The accusation. I can't with this game, man. It's too stupid. It's just too stupid. Hold it! We even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was a Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me,
Objection!
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. Well, we'll see how evasive he is when I throw a net on him. I'll pin him down. Gonna be wiggly. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to dance in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say. Impressive. Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese little island boy, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Thanks for the tip. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness, who is dancing most marvelously. A silent victory wiggle.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Lots of blood. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as blood. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins. Am I? How can you be so sure the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson, boy. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? I assumed everybody knew who he was. He's a great, a renowned... a renowned... ruffian. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say... detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
Sir. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Hey, what? Me? No, not you, the other one. Right, I've had it up here with this. How many times do I gotta tell you, I am not a Skulkin brother? I know, yes. I wasn't talking to you either, Gregson. I was talking to Mr. Nash Skulkin. Cor blimey, governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of those. Must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? There was a whole bubble of thought and everything. Nothing, honest gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago, ain't gonna be healed up yet. Oh, good. You're so stupid, it helps me with this court case. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, L's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you. on account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? And Charnin, thanks for the 26 months of support. Appreciate you. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of that bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm. Or hat. Blood hat. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you are currently clasping with your right hand, as if in some kind of pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. It's true. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Grayman's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Right, what do we actually have on this fellow? Kitty. Right, and this is the other kitty. That's right. Notation papers. We have the blood sample, but I don't think that's going to fly. What else do we have? Link him. So we have to show the music box disc. It's most likely.
Hold it!
Press on this too, just for thoroughness. Never had anything to do with it, huh? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese island boy assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, the witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. But you must! I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. But you're gonna do the inverse. Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibank's? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. It was clearly before noon, Rianosk. You're out of control here. Kennick SP, by the way, thank you for 3 months of support. Neat. And Anonymous with a spooky gifted sub. Thank you, Anonymous. At no point have I denied that fact. Yes, you have? I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more, nothing less. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from the witness's lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of metal could become a valuable weapon. Which statement am I presenting this on? I probably have to do this on the correct statement, otherwise it won't work. Ugh.
Objection!
Looks like a rejection message. Clearly something odd here indeed. Your behavior, counsel. Oh. Please don't mind me. I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence. This one. Same evidence, different statement.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. Ugh. That reveals a damning inconsistency, that last statement. Damning, you say? As I look at you, counsel, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow. Oh, is this also a fail? It seems to me that is the damning inconsistency here, with the misplaced confidence of your assertion. Okay, so that was not the correct thing to present. Or both times it was the wrong statement. Unclear, actually, still. What else we got? I don't actually have in the court record the picture of him at the pawnbrokery. Because Gregson had it. I'm confused. Extremely confused. If it's not this, I have no idea what I'm supposed to be presenting here. Damn it. Let's press him on the middle one again.
Objection!
The dancing, though. Okay, what are the other possible pieces of evidence that could possibly link him to the scene of the crime? We've already dismissed the blood portfolio, so that shouldn't fly. Can't be the manuscript of the case notes. Third bullet. This is the one that hit Sholmes. That should have no relation. Same with the Sholmes' pouch. Don't see how the stereoscope would help. Neither of these photographs help. Neither of these guns help. Floor plan, crime scene photograph don't help. Oh, the bullet in the killing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Let's just see what happens if we try to present the blood sample portfolio.
Objection!
That looked like at least a partial success. Mr. Graydon, we have made a very careful analysis here, and among the blood samples in this portfolio is one that matches your blood exactly.
Objection!
My learned friend is free to analyze the evidence in any way he sees fit, but the court is free to disregard the results. Meaning? As I have said many times already, this detective's plaything has no sway in the courtroom, and his lordship has ruled accordingly on the matter. This will not do, counsel. The jury will disregard this so-called evidence. Mr. Graydon, please continue. Yeah, so we end up back here. We'll just have to find another way of proving it. Seems like we're on the right statement, though. Oh, it must be one of these tickets, maybe? I certainly don't remember which one he had, though. Wait, can I examine? Gentleman's overcoat. Small box. Okay, present the one for the overcoat.
Objection!
How about this? No. I don't freaking know. Mm-mm.
Objection!
Have a bullet. Guess we get to see what the game over scene looks like. Kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look that you are wont to wear. Thank you, counsels. I've seen enough. By the power of the Queen, I declare no further examination necessary. As such, I shall be requesting the final decisions of the members of the jury. To death, they say. Please announce your findings of death.
Guilty.
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 Like I said, I will restart the game as many times as it takes, though. Even the judge looks pissed. I hereby declare the defendant guilty. May you say the answer? Please do, and save us all a lot of time. Yes, please, for the love of God, do. Oh, good. There's actually, like, advanced retry. Yes, please retry from this scene. Thank you. Yes, but my hardcore run of Ace Attorney. Oh, no. I do have to... Not sure how far back we are, actually. Never had to do anything with the establishment. Oh, yeah, he...
Hold it!
Cool.
Oh, me.
Excuse me!
Oops. Ugh, damn it. Hello, the Helper. I'll next be playing Slay the Spire on Tuesday. Okay, so I'm... had the right piece of evidence the whole time. Is that what I'm hearing? Yaks. We just, as I sussed, have to present it on the correct statement. Gosh, I really despise this game to its core.
Objection!
Here. Take the thing I was trying to present the whole time. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on this disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Impact of truth. Well, well. It would seem I am underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned little Nipponese island boyfriend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about the disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for Wonka, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceed at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? Wonka, you say, the famous London philanthropist who perished in a fire in this very courtroom 2 months ago. We renovated it real fast afterwards, so we're still in service in this room, but yeah, there was a giant fire in the middle of this room. Not sure how they ever got the smoke damage out, but it seems like they really cleaned the place up nice and spiffy. Spick and span. Yes, my lord, the one and same. Good lord, gracious grief, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. Wonka and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Ordar. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn that fateful night 2 months ago. Wonka himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hand on Wonka's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination number 2, please. The disc.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse while on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously. And in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in his pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, "For Wonka." I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. Wonka at a gentleman's club in the city. We were observing strippers together, and I was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Wonka hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat that you were forced to pawn. Can't keep it together. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Wonka had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Uh-oh. This is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Filthy gutterling.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequents. Objection. Word is too complicated for the jury. Please restate your statement in simpler terms for them. Miss Lestrade also did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the Curl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Wonka's disc.
Objection!
My learned Nipponese little island boyfriend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pickpurse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once to reclaim my coat from that wastrel before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Does he?
Hold it!
So when you say the police, what exactly do you mean by that? This very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Wonka as evidence.
Excuse me!
What do you mean by that? Something wrong, Inspector. What do you mean? Last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector, if that is your real name. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. Wonka's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, that. You should know all about that. Willy Wonka, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet, he had a mysterious dark side as well. You calling the kettle black, son? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? People found drained of blood mysteriously. That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, You're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? Like there's something going on between Gregson and Van Zykes here. Well, it would appear the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Have his paw print, I don't think. I have the paper. I can present the paper to him. That doesn't seem like it's gonna fly, but... if we get desperate, maybe. Had absolutely no reason to break into the shop.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. Wonka's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall it had been seized by the police that afternoon. He was no more in the shop that night than I, as I keep saying I had no reason to break in. There was nothing of Wonka's left in the shop that night, nothing this man might have been after. Wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Wonka slapped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by Wonka as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay, so we'll have to disprove something here. How's it going, Thunder? How up-to-date are the Spire guides on YouTube? They were all made after the final update of the game, I believe, so there's been no changes to the game, and all of the strategy that I lay out in the guide still absolutely holds. My opinion on the game and the larger community's opinion on the game and some of the strategies has evolved since then, so there might be a couple of minor tweaks I would make, but I, by and large, stand by the videos that I made as still very much relevant. Reason. I wonder if the menu script has something to do with it.
Objection!
No. I'm once again going to appeal for help from the audience here. Which statement do I need to present evidence on, is what I'll ask for here ahead of time. Am I correct in that I need to present on the last statement? Because if I'm incorrect on that step, I'm just going to waste everyone's time. Which this game is very good at doing, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll even just take the direct statement 5. Yes, the pawnbroker's ticket for the box. Okay, so present the ticket for the box, not the contents of the box, which is what I just tried. That's this one, right? Yes, one small box.
Objection!
Okay, music cuts out. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Willy Wonka's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned British friend, but that's not true. But Mr. Wonka had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. Wonka in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. Rather vague description. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeit, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's actually a good point. Indeed. The witnesses make a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Please do, Van Zykes. Could you be a little bit less cryptic, Lord Van Zykes? I will not. Forgive me the discourtesy of elaborating needlessly in this hallowed chamber, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibanks pawnbrokery. It was a medium box. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. We have the measurements. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, small is defined as less than 11.284 centimeters in length. Please, we show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken of the box. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's box was furnished with cameras. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the box was placed for sale. According to the information on this ticket, Wonka's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. Victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case, so we explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. Encountered every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that nothing is missing. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned Nipponese little island boy's friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Arg! I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen Wonka's pawn box. Now he's dancing. The innocence dance. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. Wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. You accept the prosecution's assertion? No. Yes. Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? Well, I have this children's toy from earlier, and I'd like to play with it here in the middle of the courtroom. I'm not entirely sure I follow.
Take that!
I'd like to use this toy to view the prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes! You've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece. Blorp. That object in question is different. There's a clear discrepancy here. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy. You're allowed to point it out without the help.
Take that!
That's cool, at least. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, it is clear somebody has tampered with that box. Right there. So stupid. Wait, unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. Wonka's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt the contents were. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. Wonka is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified?
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. It may be true, but... Alright, Wonka's box wasn't stolen. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yes. Nobody here has object permanence, apparently. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point of the fact is that what was moved was a box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box. What are you suggesting? Well, I'm just saying we have to think outside the box on this one. That's what I'm saying. You know, like, we have to think unconventionally. And in that case, that means thinking about what's inside that box. We need to examine that box. Bring us the box.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes. Bailiff, arrest Van Zykes immediately. And give me the box. Also. You will lose this staring contest, little island boy. We should have a report within half an hour. Remember, whoever blinks first loses. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while, except for you counsels, until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. You lose, Van Zykes. I see your eyes are closed. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem. Objection, that's racist. Not all Japanese people use smoke bombs. My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. Wonka from the pawnbrokery. What does stereoscopically mean, actually? It means two eyeballs. Stereo, two, double, like stereo sound comes at you from both sides. Stereoscope means vision with two lenses or two eyes. Common sense tells us none of the articles are worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place like that for the cheap rags they have on the shelves. Forgive me the discourtesy of refilling my sacred chalice in this hallowed chamber. If your lordship recalls, Mr. Wonka perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found dead, also not guilty. So I propose a toast to my learned Nipponese little island boy friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of the pockets, and a small box containing definitely absolutely nothing at all. I just really liked how it looked. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make such a gift of things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Now, goodness knows Mr. Wonka was rich enough. Can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. Stop. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument, like the wine is bolstered by a heady aroma. That I dislike, to explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well... Wait, am I? What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related. Don't we? Yeah, totally. We know Wonka's true character, and we know the disc is significant even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, they will not be very happy with us. We'll have to acknowledge that Wonka's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Which we're also trying to do right now. And also admitting that Gina committed perjury in the past, which she's also doing right now, probably. Or, anyway. Could it be that Van Zykes knows? Is that why he's doing this now? because he anticipated everything. But maybe that this could be a great opportunity for us. Huh? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. Wonka deposited with Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? I imagine we have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. Wonka's tiny box, medium-sized box, sorry, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Legina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? Is to do with various articles deposited at Windibank's by Mr. Wonka, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. He will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and your own. I have. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Bye. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. Wonka deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember that was a farce. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. Wonka. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. Yeah, there wasn't any budget for more character models. A twist of face, perhaps, my Nipponese tiny island boy friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. Wonka. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. What if he had simply fallen on the knife? Then fell into the carriage. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. Wonka died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances, followed by the most extraordinary of renovations. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. And indeed, does the omnibus murder itself? Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, you will be burned alive, just like Wonka. Oh. And naturally, you will lose all credibility also, afterwards. Although, let's face facts, you will not be saying many things. Afterwards, you'll be dead. Jenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side. But you're on the other side of the courtroom. Alright. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned Nipponese little island boyfriend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down around his ears. So be it. Boom, shaka wow wow. Thanks for the prime sub in 19 months. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. Wonka's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out, like Van Zyke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down around my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker's Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went out to call the slops. That's when Wonka slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. That's it. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord, then there's every chance I may have adjudicated in error in Wonka's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and my learned Japanese little island boyfriend are entirely inexcusable. Wonka was rotten to the core. Don't forget that lawyer from the east, they're all in on it together. You're wrong, the whole lot of you. Mr. Naraoto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. The defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Wonka's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student, Japanese, Nipponese little island boyfriend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this might be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide on your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Wait, who's cross-examining here? I am? Still? Okay.
Hold it!
Cross-examining my own witness. Isn't that just a regular examination? And you were hiding in the cabin at that time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath of one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. Wonka was the sole passenger. False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. Wonka and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings. I think it was drugs, my lord. Anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. Hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim? I don't know, but Wonka picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. And he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Someone freestyling.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the gun in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled the horses and Wonka got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the slops, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Wonka, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah. Only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open, and from a voice outside... The driver. Yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. Flashback to this fellow. Beppo. He was cold. Mostly. What did Wonka and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zykes. Wonka took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before ending it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it, it's got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than a few bob. I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon. The driver looked pretty happy when Wonka flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you how, exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in trial 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said. Which was... he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it from being forfeit. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why would Mr. Wonka have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the brass. It makes no sense at all. It would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What Wonka had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Yep, way ahead of you. Oh, and another thing. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Ah! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion with this fella? I don't even know this guy. You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc. They've been clearly talking the entire time. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Wonka took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable, although I don't understand why. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Wonka's coat and its contents were due to be forfeit. Didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeit. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. Wonka was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Not yet, Miss Lestrade. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Dun dun dun. Alright, dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Jam Jam. I have no idea why this popped into my head. What do you call a lawyer who specializes in making cabbage salad? An attorney at coleslaw. No refunds. There's no doubt in my mind it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, excellent question, Joeisms. We sometimes get asked about the complexity level of Spire. Joeism says, I just did the math for how long it would take a computer compared to chess to calculate a full game of Slay the Spire. Wait, it would take 400 million times longer to calculate chess than one run of a seed of Slay the Spire. You're saying chess is the longer one? Or Spire is the longer one? Chess would be longer. Interesting. I'll have to go look at your comments, see the methodology there. Let's have a save here. Okay, so there is a part 4 to the trial. Cool. Oh yeah, so and for further clarification, chess algorithms don't look at a whole game and all its possibilities. They only look a few turns ahead, which is how you would have to make an algorithm how to play Spire too. It's just look a little bit ahead, not try to look at the whole thing. I'll have to look at that methodology. Anyway, it looks like there is more to this game still, which is what I was fearing. However, means I get more stuff to narrate. Before we jump further into this game, Twitch chat, I desperately need a break here. I'm going to grab a snack, refill all of my beverages, make some more tea. There is only one more section. So yeah, I figured we have this has to be the finale. We already got at the beginning of the last segment, we got the like, this is the final challenge type of dialogue given to us. So cool. Cool. But yes, I'm going to leave you all here with some of the music from Dust Force, because I don't think it's right to have nothing playing while I'm on break here. And I'll be right back to a chat in a few minutes. All right, Twitch chat, we're back. We are back. And we're continuing with the final chapter of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're going to get to the bottom of this one way or another. So, this is the article that... Wait, I made tea, but I didn't actually bring it in here. 1 second, Twitch chat. Okay, beverage refilled and now actually in the room. The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. Wonka 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Windibank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Yeah, that's gonna be nothing. Oh, it's a music box. Oh boy. This is no ordinary box. I had an inkling that might be the case, actually. It would appear the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Well then, obviously we have to play it. So here we have the means to play back Mr. Wonka's disc deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Wonka's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this disc to Wonka? I believe the answer will become clear if we just listen, my lord. Yes, let's do that. Let the court now listen to this beautiful tune.
Hold it!
Wait! My lord. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection, my lord. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenue unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yarg! Chips everywhere. Let the chips fall let the chips fall where they may. No further delays, please play the disc. It's not going to play right with the paper on it. Is it? Oh, they're facing down. Yes, it will. Kind of a bop, actually. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? On. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? It could be. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Maybe we can ask juror number 5 for some help here. An abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese little island boyfriend, learn it also. Answer me this. Oh. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you say you personally enjoy this sound? Like maybe an 11? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is an unusual genre of music. It's not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. I believe we have what you would call a subliminal messaging machine. Made by the government, sent to... It installs radio waves in your brain space, and then... You're a sleeper agent. That's what's happening here. Everyone in court is now a sleeper agent. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
That's true, actually. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, you must tell us what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese little learned island boyfriend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of you. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet, as it hasn't appeared as one of 3 options in front of me. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if it's not broken, it must mean it's really crappy. Whoever made this music box has terrible taste in music. Wait. Could it be? These sounds. Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Keeps coming from around the area of juror number 5. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer here. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese little island boyfriend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation in the form of a discrete piece of evidence to be presented to me, and everyone else here also at the same time. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial, and if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The music dots. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... evidence. Wait. I don't know, actually. I'm going to review the evidence one more time here. Before I appeal to help. It's not the newspaper, is it? I inspected the... Okay, hold on. Maybe it is the newspaper. Secret communications intercepted. Yeah, I guess I'll just pose the question then to chat. Is it or is it not this paper? Be my best guess at the moment. It is the paper. Yes, okay. It's newspaper. Found this on the floor, Your Honor. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look at a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, who I've mentioned a few times, your input. Now. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine. I believe it's called Morse code. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be no one more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Excuse me one moment, Twitch chat. Got a little something stuck in my throat. Get this man some more tea pronto. Alright, sorry about that. Good shot. This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know, sir. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Wonka perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered and played in public, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. Also would reveal our country's secrets publicly. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. Wonka would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Benedict? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim innocence, do you? Well, naturally. I had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign little island boy had been prattling away.
Objection!
That's learned foreign little Japanese island boy to you. Oh. The prosecution demands the witness testify in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is murder. most foul of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most litigious offense for which the law of this land demands a capital punishment, that is, crucifixion followed by immolation. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. No. There will be no proceeding. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. What the hell? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation, Skulkin. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Ain't that right, cuz? Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Wonka anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. They're pissed. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. Quieten down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Oh. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations, preemptively. That's not how it works. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Yeah, we may be criminals, but at least we're not politicians. See how the 4 Wonka disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibank's? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. No question then, the disc was designed to be played in this box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Wait, what does that mean? Oh. What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. If you had 2 discs. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box? The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs aren't the same, so they'll produce different tones. Wait, don't we have... Hold on. I don't think we have 2 discs. We just have this one. Yeah, there's only 1 disc at the moment. So we're going to have to reveal the second disc during the court case here and then place it into the second slot on the music box.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication stations officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. It's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Let's say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Not even Morse code.
Hold it!
Or not? Elaborate, sir. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be my learned Japanese, Nipponese little island friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my cultural ignorance. Ha ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Again? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone. But it sounds so similar. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. It's half of Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Nothing to say, but stop. Frustrating, isn't it? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many of the things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play Morse code? I can't do it because I don't have the disc yet. It seems impossible right now. We'll be back to this statement later when we find the second disc. For now, he'll be dancing. Those gesticulations are really starting to grate. If only he would caress instead. It can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones. Nudge, nudge.
Hold it!
So, 2 months ago in that omnibus, Wonka killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artesian quarter some time ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make any sense, though. How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Someone who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with Wonka and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the testimony. You got it. Oops.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Benedict told you to do. That's it. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter and had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. You mean to tell me that Mr. Benedict is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say he's an old China.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Benedict, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now, his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't have had him believe it. When he's younger. Adam and Eve, you wouldn't believe. Oh my god, I hate Cockney rhyming slang. Rhyming meaning slang. Yarg. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like would never have gone through our heads. Or blimey, ain't that the root truth? Remember, Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony? Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes, add it to the testimony so that I can... something. My lord! Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statements could hold vital information. Very well, counsel. I will add it to the testimony. Briefly. With no dancing. We press them on the milk run.
Hold it!
So you know nothing about this music box. We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We didn't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break in, weren't you? We were, Gav, we were. You're right there. Because that's what we told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Benedict's plan to break into Windibank's that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, that's not really the sort of thing criminals do, you know? He said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? Weren't best pleased, I can tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what was the business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. Sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Tell me about the model. So how did your little business work? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave them full again, right? Except it wasn't milk, see? It was cocaine. We swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? Cocaine's not made of dairy. Right. What we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone else who wasn't on the books. A dottle, right? You're just stealing their milk. I mean, cocaine. It was an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Please do not milk the general public. Well, it was him that came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Benedict? First eggs, now milk? I'm on to you, sir. Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when he was growing up. Said he was going to get himself an education, get out of the slum that he lived in. Or we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was a soft in the head to even think about it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even fantasize about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in a serious matter of national security and dairy. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this point. Would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windibanks. The trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. Wonka. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. So I'm guessing I need to present something to someone at this point? Hint would be good right now, yeah. Oh wait, that's right. I didn't ask for the other. Yeah, hold on. Let me ask about the name first before I get a hint. That's right. There was the other option. The name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourselves and Mr. Benedict involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? All right, I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That's enough. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... They weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. He took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. And a Benedict, also. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of those two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon, if that is your real name. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information is totally useless to me, maybe. Okay. How does that help me? What guidance do you give now, Iris? These two again? Bank. Feels like hint time. Oh, wait. What are these? Mason Milverton. Okay, yes. Hold on. No, I gotta present the Wonka case notes on the statement that there is no relation. Yeah. Here. Let's try this.
Objection.
Music stopped. That's a good sign. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Wonka. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Good gracious! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto Wonka in collaboration with your own father. This is slander. I carved a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me. And may I remind the court that the assertion that this disc contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproven by a professional. The relationship between the victim of the omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete. Yes, it does. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Okay, Morse code uses two tones. If I could just demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to demonstrate two tones. Perhaps we should have a really good look over the music box, Runo. Okay, so maybe I didn't actually need a second disc yet. Alright, before we do that, though, I drank a lot of water earlier. Now I need to use the bathroom urgently, so I will be right back to shut. All right, let's demonstrate the possibility
Hold it!
that this could make Morse code. There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense at this time.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my learned Nipponese tiny island boyfriend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. It seems your argument is rather tone deaf. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box could have been used to cipher messages? Florp. Wait.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. But it appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Ah! Dance recovery. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Willy Wonka. By dint of this music box, you mean? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to Wonka. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands, like juror number 4. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with Wonka went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, Wonka managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the last 2 articles Wonka had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the music box was moved. It was the only thing touched. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Benedict, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Ah, crap. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker. 1 took the life of Mr. Sholmes. He's fine, though, don't worry. And the final bullet took the life of this calendar. Mr. Graydon, are you a calendar? What? His days are numbered. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely, you cretins. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common black slum thieves. Back slum thieves, excuse me. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. Wonka. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Benedict in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. That's right, Mr. Benedict. I have you here for murder. You killed Mr. Windybank.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, as the culprit, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Are you suggesting I saw it all? I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? Order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Well said, Judge. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will be crucified and burned alive. Like the others. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Hey there, King Midas. I have seen a bit of the game Bizarre. I don't have any interest in it, personally. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. Neither it is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, the dance of innocence will commence now. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yeah, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Uh-oh. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. I am an expert at finding blood. What? Oh, nothing. Only very recently, a German scientist has just developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. Trial. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, will throw my sacred chalice into the fire. Again. Permission granted. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over that coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Aw, crap, you're right. I was forgetting about that. Don't move, Jenny. Or I'll shoot you. She got shot. But yeah, there is blood. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That's Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Wonka, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zykes, make it so. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be toast. Counsel, yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. very bad feeling about the outcome of the trial if I don't pull it out of my butt right now. So let's get searching. Press him on everything, as usual. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Ash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, posing dramatically. I see. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you settling on upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes. No, I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshots. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my kerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days after. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. I think he was trying to hit himself. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. Then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? Pursued him.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. It used to be a brothel, you see. I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked in through it myself that night. Dramatic close-up of my eyeballs. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. I mean, he's clearly too short to even use it. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. I prefer it that way, you see. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused shot the man in the back.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired, which hit you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun, a gun you definitely don't have, and I will commence the dance of the gun not having. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment the dance of shooting began. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? All over her. Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverson's blood from when Mr. Wonka stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they could only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. They won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence. Father. No swearing, Iris.
Hold it!
So you picked up the gun. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over in the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why would she do that? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up, and threw it away, and definitely didn't keep it or anything. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, the dance of gun-taking commences. I left the clear-up to my lackeys and left. Clear-up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. Whistle and Flute. Rhymes with... What are they calling him here? No idea. Does anyone know what that slang is for? What is that slang for? What does it mean? Mr. Whistle and Flute. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. But I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Ah, yeah, man in the suit. Whistle and Flute. Yeah, probably something, Mr. something suit. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Mr. Grayson?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen! Yeah. Yeah. Yeah? Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Oh, that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might get a different reaction than most people do. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. He looks normal now. My lord. Oh, good. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination with blood news. Blood. Ah, the blood. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended for blood. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Blood. Lots of blood. And a report. Goodness me. The dance of victory begins.
Objection!
Hold it right there. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Willy Wonka. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, Wonka had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my learned Nipponese little island boyfriend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Wonka's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shed of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't do that. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me when I'm a communications officer? Held out pierogi to starving boy and he ran away crying. I don't think that's relevant. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than the figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory dance. This proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Benedict could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Arg. My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
We have to redo this?
Guilty.
I guess so, huh?
Guilty.
Damn.
Guilty.
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 As the blood came in. It's a real shame. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally unsuccessful. Arg. I don't believe it. After I came so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. It has to be. I know that voice. Wait a second. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes, how did I not notice your hair under that cap? What is the meaning of this? Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you're dead. I got better. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last? Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? Tell me a joke, please. Now, something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over here. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? Well, what say you, Lord Van Zykes? This trial is too freaking long, my lord. I don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes before the third summation examination begins. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right? Ha ha ha! All right? I'm all wrong. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes because I'm going to pass out in 4. Pray forgive me. Let's make this discussion as short as possible, please. For everyone's sake. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful you are. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport anyway. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal. I was trying to make psychedelics, actually, but it just turned out to be a blood analysis thing. Right. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What is it? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Sato. From Mrs. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't get it. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded, so she sent you this second, bigger book full of even more case notes to help you. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Whatever could it be? Oh, snap. It's a death ray. Oh! It's the machine I made. Iris, you made this death ray? Quick, point it at the prosecution. Call it the cat flapomat. Oh, that's right. It's a cat flap. Onto a door. Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. That's what I said to her. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that? That night when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not all cryptic then. Sato-san used the cat flapomat that night, but why? What? Why did this take a turn for the stupid, though? Your 5 minutes is over. As is your life. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination unnecessary. But any attempt to alter the verdict would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? All right, let's begin with an examination of the cat flap machine. Vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. Do I want to ask any more? These are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wakahai is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Okay, so we have a cat flapomat that could have made the peephole in the door. I don't know why that is important, though. My lord, the defense requests... Oh, jeez. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, just to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. He said temporarily suspended. Captain Up, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of the proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. Single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Blarg. Mr. Sholmes! To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling in his lower body. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechamber coffins. I mean beds. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared to YOLO one piece of evidence at the court? Won't let Mr. Sholmes down or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Alright, well, to avoid wasting everybody's time, so my guess here is that I have to challenge this statement. I could see him through the peephole in the door using the cat flap-o-matic. Is that... I'm correct. Okay, let's do that then. Present... cat flappery.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out. It can cut through any door. Even bank vaults. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. So cats can rob banks. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Oh. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's store. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption makes portals in portals. You take a portal, you add another portal, then you have a mini portal within your portal. Beg your pardon? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much. How else could I have witnessed the crime? That's what I'm getting at, numbnuts. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until as such time she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! The dance of defeat.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene while being fully aware of the gravity of her actions and then fled the country? You will be extradited immediately. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Benedict's testimony is riddled with holes, not unlike the door itself. Also his arm. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Benedict's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he says he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the men in the back. However, if at the time of the incident there was no peephole, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to see. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned Nipponese tiny island boy friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. Happy to demonstrate. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Then you'd better duck. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. She already did it. Kitty. Well? Oh. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey without praying forgive the discourtesy firsthand. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomet creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windibanks are an exact match. Yeah. Hee hee. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned Nipponese student, Tiny Island Boy's friend turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your tiny Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the facts. There is no proof. And as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned Nipponese tiny island boy student friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I need to do that, Iris. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. That's what I know. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. There's no indication of the people here. I assume this is what I'm presenting. Not on this plan. Actually, wait. Aha! Yeah, the photos. It's clearly not visible at 1 a.m. and then is visible at 1:30 a.m. Okay, so it's here. Present this.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. This photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom has no peephole. Mr. Benedict, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Ergengerd. Arg! The dance of total desolation. Ordar. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned Nipponese tiny island boy, students, friends, assistants' guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Dykes? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. That's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's also true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat door after the cat is bolted. That is what they say, right? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Benedict, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely... bloodstains on the coat. Yes, he couldn't have seen the coat get spattered. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how can you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the door. Damn it. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Benedict. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Benedict, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigator arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. Place is chock full of pawn articles, and my lads have to look thoroughly through them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Benedict, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Benedict did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Benedict, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned Nipponese tiny island boy student friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes the details about the case that Mr. Benedict claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have here, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? It's got to be Gregson here. Before I confirm that, though, I do need a really quick bio break once again here, Twitch chat. I'll be right back. All right. Let us see if we can conclude this trial here. Gregson, explain yourself.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned Nipponese tiny island boy student friend. Consider the fact that we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Benedict would have had no idea. No inkling they would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that had any contact with him is you, Inspector. I saw you doing it earlier, in fact. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Has you forgotten that? Quite true. I heard a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Yes, they did. I just remembered something, Runo. There was that time. Yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Wonka's music box. That's it! It was during that testimony. Yes, they were doing the thing. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information at that time. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you don't have a good reason for that. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Benedict agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found out to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that I need to pour myself another chalice full of blood. With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. While sober, it is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Benedict. Then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. This must be it. Or no, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Is it the paper again? Is it this? Could be the music box. Yeah, joining the dots. That does make sense, actually, yes. It's the Morse code pun. Sure, let's try this. Music stopped, that's a good sign. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper? It was the newspaper. I knew it. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Willy Wonka. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. Stereo, they call it. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Wonka's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Grayson in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little tiny island boy! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Wonka's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Anything belonging to Wonka has to be taken in as evidence. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Willy Wonka was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets from the ministry and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details at the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Benedict could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men. No! Yes.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean the second disc is, as we say, in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What's that supposed to mean? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc on his person.
Yes!
Yes. The defense demands the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jenny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. You'll never find it between my cheeks. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned Japanese tiny island boy student friend. You've made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service forever. And my country's government will formally demand that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Oh. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else. The defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese tiny island boy stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. No. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. Call a search warrant, but not for him. But... now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? That you wanted to search me. Nah, I changed my mind. Search Herlock. What? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? Court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Quiet in the courtroom. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say. Because, if you don't, I'll shoot you. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's armament. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Wait, is it Hurley? Maybe it is Hurley. The judge. Can't actually name the judge. Did Grayson interact with anyone? I definitely wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna guess you.
Take that!
I was joking before, but now I'm serious. My lord, the defense demands this person be searched. What possible relation could exist between that person and the case counsel? It would seem my Nipponese tiny island boy learned student friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. Humiliation will be delivered. Wait, now who is it then? Grayson interacted with somebody. One of the Skulkin brothers? They could have it again, but I'm not sure why they would have it again. Oh, that's right. They got into a fight.
Take that!
My lord, search Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Blimey. Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and begin the beating immediately.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. This is the realm of the night, where I alone reign supreme. But Lord Van Sykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no, cocaine. Cut it out. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. Second disc. Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second disc, left behind by Willy Wonka. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ugh. Arg! Ordar! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses composure, but at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Benedict. They were in a fight. Yeah, I didn't all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. He's too short to strangle. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Me head's still throbbing. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, the butt of my biscuit. He hid it, but I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why would he then proceed to hide it in your pocket? This is a court of law. It's not legal to hide things in other men's pockets. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has special conditions. Hush, hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to plant the disc on him? So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you in this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what it's all about. What? Well, what about you then, Inspector? Did you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public in this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide and light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial, and extended protraction as well. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Jury, take us home, please. Hell now, as a fellow of servant and queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old chap. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're gonna believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now, is Ginny gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. So, same as usual then. Either some proof that Benedict killed Mr. Windibank, or stole the government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court because the time was not right. No choice then, Runo. You have to throw some evidence at them. Alright, time for evidence throwing. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? This is not in the court record, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I just want to go home. Let me out, chat. The box is the key. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. Alright, threaten to reveal the secrets, I see.
Take that!
Is that Mr. Wonka's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with both discs. This disc, counsel... No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not, Gregson? This has got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box are part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. Defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. You go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. You let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client, not even murder. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by the sweet, sweet music box. Come on, Van Sykes, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
It's not over until my boot hits the desk. You know that, Inspector. I am a prosecutor, no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, we are going to commit treason together. This time, with both discs. Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with a witness next to you in the stands? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern tiny alien boy lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. Ugh. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstance. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. People in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed those details. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that. Well, Mr. Benedict, what do you have to say for yourself? Ugh. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Murder. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You... Traitor! Suitably traumatic. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Seemed like fun. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with money. Then one day I met him. Mr. Willy Wonka. He had so much money. His hat was so tall. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and Wonka would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communication office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. You must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father, again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Could you, Ashley? What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man than to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with Wonka in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the discs and the music box for playing them for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense. Or why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. Wonka and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But he realized something was amiss. In time he worked out I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." It was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from Wonka. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster Wonka really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name to dance forever. In revenge. Revenge? Here's a toast to revenge. Crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. That's what I said. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with Wonka by then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. Wonka himself had shown me that. I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. You're admitting to double murder. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was you? Wonka's death that day was caused by this man. Yeah, did he have a backup cane? Good question. So that policeman who came to tell Wonka he could examine the omnibus again, that's right, an imposter, hired by me. Wonka used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered Wonka inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Wonka. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with Wonka. This is the first of the 2 discs in the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery. Hey, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbroker being used like this before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. This game seems like an ad for pawnbrokeries. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone else. To Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately she was another of Wonka's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the tickets, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on that redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibank's to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only Wonka's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days before. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that Wonka was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box. I slipped the disc into my pocket with a deep sigh of relief. But then something unexpected happens. "What are you doing in my shop?" he said, and then he shot me. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun, just in case. Before I knew it was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet killed him. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Dot, dot, dot. Earlier, you called Wonka a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in Wonka. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a very long and exhausting trial. You can say that again, Judge. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson would have Mr. Ashley Graydon. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Gyardeb Squadron standing by, sir. This really is it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver this guilty verdict right away. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Wait, did you say guilty verdict? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
So we can unleash the
Not
confetti.
guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let the flames of justice commence. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out of that on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave me false testimony. And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. Wonka's property. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box discs contained the message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned Nipponese tiny island boy students' friends' courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Thanks? Sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so, yeah. If I may say something on that point. It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. Huh? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones, typo in the game, unplayable. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Question mark? Or is she covering for him because she's got the hots? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you these discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. Nor is this chat room. We know Wonka conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's going to bother me. You'll have to play the second game, numbnuts. Miss Lestrade. Yeah? That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing and arousing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't enough and I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina? But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Do the do. Thanks for the Prime sub in 53 months. There is a rest site on floor 53, and it's cozy. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, innocent of all charges. Let the innocence fireworks commence. And that's when the Old Bailey courtroom burned down for the second time. That is all. Court is adjourned. Permanently. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern tiny island boy student friend, who is learned. Oh, you're talking about me? Despite being a Nipponese tiny island boy learned student friend, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. Right? Whatever you say. You know, I took this case for one simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Cryptic? Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must. Eagerly, actually. I would love to wait for that day. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Ow. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese tiny island boy student fellow friend. Until we meet again. PM. That's about the time it is right now, actually. It's over at last. But where's Iris? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Well, it's hard to pronounce is all. No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, to me, properly. It sucks. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it dearly. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh well, if you say so. Doesn't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. Our time for the 4-hour denouement. Defense lawyer is only as good as his sword. That's what he said. That comes down to how sharp it is. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer with the sword you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. Too late for that voice. Now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling... Mr. Sholmes! Haha, yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I snuck out. Oh. I was dressed as a nurse. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I slipped him some cocaine, and then threw on some scrubs, and jumped out the window. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. I'm offended by that, but thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. I'm the one who got shot, remember? So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well said. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on ends up dead anyway, isn't that it? That's right. Whether it be the next day or 40 years later by unrelated causes, anyone who's found innocent must one day die. And exemplified by the fate of Mr. Wonka, too. He went for the short-term death. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. You mean Satan? No, silly, the other one. He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives in the middle of the night is another. Well, I ain't like the Wonkas of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait that you have that is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oh, hey, just give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are. Hurley, how long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Oh, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room and they didn't even notice me. So funny. Can you imagine, Iris? I'm not sure, really. Beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be throwing nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the piss. Blah, blah, blah. Something like that, yeah. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Did you lift that coin off the judge? Still, as it got me thinking all this, maybe I should start looking for another line of work. Just thinking I could make fake IDs. You didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lots like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. I know, I'll start up a protection racket. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. I'll provide you with smoke guns to intimidate people. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived. Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yeah? Ah! What was that for? Old time's sake. I don't know what to say, so... we call this an Irish goodbye. It's when you fill the room with green smoke and then leave. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yeah. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... thanks. Thank you for everything what you done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina, for believing in me, who believed in you. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. Special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Wait, what? How'd they get it printed already? What? Oh. Doesn't make any sense. How silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? Bad news first. No! Good news only, says Hurley. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news. We can journey back in greater comfort. So what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. That's fine, we can just use the channel. That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we'll be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport detective's foibles. Made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Ah, blackmail, a classic. What are we waiting for, then? To London, Victoria. Port of Dover, Quayside. That took longer than I'd anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mrs. Sato, where are you? There she is. Over there, on the dock. Shouldn't you be getting on the boat? That's true, it's not a gunshot wound, it's an explosion wound. Which is probably worse. Mrs. Sato, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed because of the weather, so we thought we might catch you. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went. It was long. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? Becoming lawless. Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mrs. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime. And I tried to hide the facts. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Yeah, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. That was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band is very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Up your sleeve? I guess you do have giant sleeves. Then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... bang. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in photographic print of the shop. One of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, I saw a dead guy. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Willy Wonka. Thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure this freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of that crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank, even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried the true culprit would try to frame her. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole. Not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. Really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me that? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit. Uh-oh. You could have been disbarred. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, ending her extremely long career as a judicial assistant at the age of 16. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. I don't think it's taken that seriously, Susato. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted at all. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind for at least one more entire video game, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that wasn't as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? It was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. She said the majority of the sounds on the disc were still meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, even if they were intercepted. I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Sogi? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. These countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own language. That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the I-Roha pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Of course I do. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. What can this possibly mean? There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. Hey Asogi. Azuma Asogi. Why is his name on that disc? A Shin. I don't recognize that name. He Gregeson. Gregeson. Tobias Gregson. Gregeson. I like that. What's his name doing in a secret government communication? And the last name... What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. J. Wilson. Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? Daddy's home. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Whoever would have thought? Those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Daddy's dead. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. A cave called the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. If perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. I agree, Susato. Don't go in that cave. Just don't do it. Honk. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France, then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I'd hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back. Oh, excuse me. Please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. 100 days. That's it. Don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh. Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes. On the Burya, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Honk.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train. It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. My fault. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your house tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do that. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Fiend.
Objection!
Objection! Even better. Raise that slapper. Starring Ryunosuke Naruhodo as himself. And special guest German star Herr Locke Sholmes. Something was afoot. I advertised them all for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case, and the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison to drop shipping footwear on AliExpress. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. And the tea, oh the tea. Witness your testimony. Sucks. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, Idanosa knows his father is an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Judge. And that fierce beard of his. We never saw Hosonaga again. That was weird. Thought he was going to show up or something. We just, like, dropped this plot point entirely. Is he in the second game? A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. Not fair. He is in the second game. Okay. Is he coughing more blood? Blood. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you excuse me, I have to go. Definitely good work on the character modeling and animations, as overused as they are in this game. The latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Freaking what? I don't need to know about that, old man. My Rolly is back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners. Their dropped halfpennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Yes, Patrolli. A lot of name puns in this game. First case was full of them. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. And I'd do it again. In a heartbeat. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulton's milk run, right? The Three Muskewatsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Gross. Imagine stealing milk as your job. Dead man, the murder victim. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's all life is. There's nothing more except an endless void afterwards, when you embrace the beyond. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Seki Natsume was an actual historical Japanese author. That makes sense. It felt like he was based on someone. He's got major Edgar Allan Poe vibes. Great pick. Wagahai. And that was the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Dear Twitch chat. Brings us to... Yes, skip this. That brings us to the end. Fiend, there it is. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Adventures? Chronicles? It says Chronicles. Adventures? 10 out of 10 game would not play again? Yeah, no kidding. And I got a haircut at the end. Chronicles is the full game. Adventures is part 1. Resolve is part 2. Interesting. Oh, I see. So... Let's swap. Interesting. Cool. Well, dear Twitch chat, that brings the Chronicles of the Great Ace Attorney to a final conclusion. It's been a long journey here. I am definitely relieved to be done with this project. It's kind of a fun little thing I tried out just to see how it would fit. It's fun to voice act, definitely, but certainly a game that overstayed its welcome by far, far too long. There are a lot of games that I start on the stream and then I don't follow through on entirely. This was a game where I wanted to try to follow through and see to the end, for better or worse. Did seem, unfortunately, rather for the worse, though. Still, glad to have completed it. It's a full thought. We will not be continuing on to the next part of this, at least not anytime soon. I need a long, long break before I even consider that. So, happy to have Saturdays freed up for other variety adventures. But for now, dear Twitch chat, that's where I'm going to be winding things down for the day. Saying so long and farewell for now. I'm going to be back at it on Tuesday, not later than noon Eastern Standard Time, continuing our Watcher win streak. But for now, dear Twitch chat, I gotta say so long, farewell. Thank you for concluding the Great Ace Attorney Adventures with me. Until next time, my friends, stay cozy and have a good one. Toodaloo. Good night. Bye-bye.